6, Lesson 1. Listen.
Brian, this is my sister Helen.
Hello, Helen. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, Brian. I've heard so much about you.
Repeat.
Brian, this is my sister Helen.
Hello, Helen. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, Brian. I've heard so much about you.
Listen.
Aren't you James O'Connor?
Yes, that's right.
I think we were in the same class last year. My name is Robert Jefferson.
Yes, of course, I remember you. How have you been?
Just fine. How about you?
Repeat.
Aren't you James O'Connor?
Yes, that's right.
I think we were in the same class last year. My name is Robert Jefferson.
Yes, of course, I remember you. How have you been?
Just fine. How about you?
Listen.
Excuse me, haven't we met before?
I don't think so.
Don't you work for Newsweek?
Yes, that's right.
I believe we met at a press conference last summer.
Now I remember. How are you?
Repeat.
Excuse me, haven't we met before?
I don't think so.
Don't you work for Newsweek?
Yes, that's right.
I believe we met at a press conference last summer.
Now I remember. How are you?
Listen.
Where are you from? Your accent isn't Brazilian.
I'm from Italy. By the way, my name is Paolo.
Hi, Paolo. I'm Anna. Are you here on vacation?
I wish I were on vacation. I'm on a business trip. Repeat.
Where are you from? Your accent isn't Brazilian.
I'm from Italy. By the way, my name is Paolo.
Hi, Paolo. I'm Anna. Are you here on vacation?
I wish I were on vacation. I'm on a business trip.
Repeat. Learning is demanding. Working is tiring. Swimming is healthy. Smoking is unhealthy. Diving is dangerous. Being on time is important. Finding a good job is tough. Having money is great.
Repeat.
He doesn't like cooking, does he?
I don't think he does.
He doesn't like skating, does he?
I don't think he does.
He doesn't enjoy hiking, does he?
I don't think he does.
He doesn't enjoy mountain climbing, does he?
I don't think he does.
He isn't much for gambling, is he?
I guess he isn't.
He isn't much for getting up early, is he?
I guess he isn't.
He isn't much for double dating, is he?
I guess he isn't.
He isn't much for eating junk food, is he?
I guess he isn't.
Verbs, repeat. Accept, accepted, accepted. Apply, applied, applied. Arrange, arranged, arranged. Attend, attended, attended. Balk, balked, balked. Become, became, become. Agree, agreed, agreed. Argue, argued, argued. Arrive, arrived, arrived. Avoid, avoided, avoided. Beat, beat, beat. Beat, beat, beaten. Beg, begged, begged.
Repeat. We'll be waiting for you tonight. By the way, what time are you coming? We'll be attending a meeting all afternoon. By the way, are you joining us? We'll be working on the report all weekend. By the way, are you helping us? We'll be driving to São Paulo next week. By the way, do you want a ride? We'll be looking forward to your visit. By the way, when are you getting here? We'll be watching TV at his parents' house. By the way, would you like to join us? We'll be taking a test pretty soon. By the way, are you studying for the test? We'll be staying at a nice hotel on our vacation. By the way, where are you staying? We'll be calling you from New York. By the way, where can we reach you?
Repeat. I must do my homework before I go to sleep. I must set the alarm before I go to bed. I must wake up early to be on time for work. I must get to class on time. I must give my students a pep talk. I must sign the contract by the end of the month. I must check the weather forecast before I pack. I must slice some roast beef and make sandwiches.
Repeat.
Why do you think it must be hot outside?
The teacher's sweating.
She's sweating.
It must be hot. It can't be cold.
He's wearing white clothes.
He must be a doctor. He can't be a mechanic.
The girl is crying.
She must be sad. She can't be happy.
He's getting fat.
He must be eating a lot. He can't be on a diet.
The house is fantastic.
It must be expensive. It can't be cheap.
They play basketball.
They must be tall. They can't be short.
She's the teacher.
She must be right. She can't be wrong.
He lifted the piano.
He must be strong. He can't be weak.
You'll have a test next class.
You must be joking. You can't be serious.
Follow the example.
He lost his keys. Open the door.
He can't open the door now.
He can't open the door now. He's broken his leg. Play tennis. He can't play tennis now. He's had a flat tire. Drive. He can't drive now.
Follow the example.
He's changed the flat tire. Drive.
He can drive now.
He can drive now. He's taken a shower. Try on clothes. He can try on clothes now. He's got a visa. Go to the States. He can go to the States now.
Repeat. I haven't lost any weight yet, but I will. I haven't slimmed down yet, but I will. I haven't gotten in shape yet, but I will. I haven't paid the bills yet, but I will. I haven't quit smoking yet, but I will. I haven't found a job yet, but I will. I haven't been to Europe yet, but I will. I haven't downloaded the files yet, but I will. This is the end of Lesson 1. Braz's English Course, Book 6, Lesson 2. Repeat.
I hate to cook.
I hate cooking.
I like to swim.
I like swimming.
I love to dance.
I love dancing.
I began to study.
I began studying.
I continue to work.
I continue working.
I prefer to teach.
I prefer teaching.
Repeat. I avoid doing housework. I enjoy teaching at Brazos. I dislike taking buses. I detest walking to class. I suggest putting off the party. I can consider picking up the tab. I feel like getting the tab. I deny swearing at John. I admit driving over the speed limit. I can't help snoring. I miss being with Tom. I appreciate being with him.
Repeat. He is good at telling lies. He insists on not telling the truth. He insisted on seeing the boss. He's sorry for being late. He's sorry for not being on time. He's interested in making money.
He keeps fit by working out. His boss fired him for being drunk. He scolded his kids for missing class. He believes in helping his friends. He worries about putting off important decisions.
Repeat. To be good at. To be fired for. To be sorry for. To be interested in. To keep fit by. To insist on. To reprimand for. To believe in.
Repeat.
It was nice to eat out.
Eating out was nice.
It's been difficult to save money.
Saving money has been difficult.
It's cheap to take the bus.
Taking the bus is cheap.
It's dangerous to drive fast.
Driving fast is dangerous.
It's silly to waste time.
Wasting time is silly.
It's expensive to travel by plane.
Traveling by plane is expensive.
It's healthy to eat vegetables.
Eating vegetables is healthy.
It's cool to be in love.
Being in love is cool.
Follow the example.
What do you plan on doing this weekend? Go to the country.
I plan on going to the country.
I plan on going to the country. What do you feel like doing now? Work out.
I feel like working out.
I feel like working out. What do you look forward to doing? Take a vacation. I look forward to taking a vacation. What do you dream of doing? Buy a car. I dream of buying a car. What are you tired of doing? Wait for my girlfriend. I'm tired of waiting for my girlfriend. What do you believe in doing? Work hard. I believe in working hard. What are you afraid of doing? Go out at night. I'm afraid of going out at night. What are you good at doing? Take care of children. I'm good at taking care of children.
Repeat. I haven't gotten in shape yet, but I'm trying hard. I have already started a serious diet. I have already joined a health club. I have already hired a personal trainer. I have already bought an exercise bike. I have already enrolled in an aerobics class. I have already started running.
Repeat. He has already spent a lot of money. He has already maxed out his credit card. He has already swiped his credit card. He has already taken many photos. He has already shown us his photographs. He has already dumped his girlfriend. He has already ridden on the subway.
Repeat.
I won't go by subway. It's too crowded. I won't go to the farm. It's too far. I won't go to the movies. It's too late. I won't go to bed. It's too early. I won't go out. I'm too tired.
I won't drink that beer. It isn't cold enough. I won't swim. It isn't warm enough. I won't buy this car. It isn't good enough. I won't go to that restaurant. It isn't clean enough.
Oral comprehension. Listen.
Bill joined the Army when he turned 18. He has been serving under a very tough lieutenant. His mother has just received a letter from Bill in which he says, "Dear Mom, I can't stand taking orders and obeying this guy."
Now answer the questions. Bill would rather be home. Yes or no? Bill enjoys obeying orders. Yes or no? The answers are, Bill would rather be home? Yes. Bill enjoys obeying orders? No.
Repeat. I don't mind taking orders. I don't enjoy taking orders. I don't like taking orders. I can't stand taking orders. I avoid giving orders.
This is the end of Lesson 2.
This English course, Book 6, Lesson 3. Repeat.
Is the computer on?
No, it's off.
Is the lawyer in?
No, he's out.
Is the attorney around?
No, he's out.
Is the manager around?
Yes, he's upstairs.
Is the janitor around?
Yes, he's downstairs.
Is the tour guide in bed?
No, he's up.
Repeat. I enjoy working at an office. I like meeting people. I avoid complaining about the work. I hate arguing with the boss. I don't mind working late hours. I don't enjoy working on weekends. I don't like filing documents. I can't stand taking orders.
Follow the example.
She almost never talks to the boss. Avoid.
She avoids talking to the boss.
She avoids talking to the boss. She usually works in the afternoon. Prefer.
She prefers working in the afternoon.
She prefers working in the afternoon. She seldom argues with the boss. Avoid. She avoids arguing with the boss. They often go to the club. Enjoy. They enjoy going to the club. She always makes the same mistakes. Keep on. She keeps on making the same mistakes.
Repeat.
He's sorry for not behaving well. He's good at not telling the truth. She was fired for not doing her job. You could get fired for not obeying orders. I'm sorry for not keeping the receipt. He's afraid of not being able to get a refund. She was worried about not finishing the job on time. He was grounded for not telling the truth. He was reprimanded for not ordering the goods.
Repeat. Interested in. Attracted to. Hooked on. Crazy about.
Oral comprehension. Listen. Anne is a law student, and she has been working at a famous attorney's office in the afternoons. At first, she was very happy to get this part-time job, and she hoped to learn a lot about her profession. Unfortunately, her new boss turned out to be a very difficult person, and she doesn't like working for him. She can't stand filing papers all the time because it's so boring. She thought she could do more creative work, but Anne now sees that she was daydreaming. She tried to talk to her boss, but he was very rude, and now Anna avoids talking to him. She complained to her boyfriend, "I can't go on doing this work. It's driving me crazy." He told her to take it easy and to start sending her resume to other law offices. Now, answer the questions. Number 1.
Why can't Anne have a full-time job?
Number 2.
Her boss turned out to be a very difficult person.
A.
He changed his behavior and became a difficult person.
B.
She got to know him better and found out he's a difficult person.
Number 3. A.
She thinks filing documents is creative work, but she doesn't like to stand all the time.
B.
She doesn't enjoy filing documents.
Number 4. A.
She avoids talking to her boyfriend.
B.
She avoids talking to her boss.
The answers are: Number 1. She is a law student. Number 2. B. She got to know him better and found out he's a difficult person. Number 3. B. She doesn't enjoy filing documents. Number 4. B. She avoids talking to her boss.
Verbs. Repeat.
Begin, began, begun. Behave, behaved, behaved. Believe, believed, believed. Belong, belonged, belonged. Bend, bent, bent. Bet, bet, bet. Bite, bit, bit. Bite, bit, bitten. Blame, blamed, blamed. Bless, blessed, blessed. Blow, blew, blown. Borrow, borrowed, borrowed.
Bowl, bold, bold. Break, braked, braked. Break, broke, broken. Bring, brought, brought. Broadcast, broadcast, broadcast. Browse, browsed, browsed. Brush, brushed, brushed. Build, built, built. Burn, burned, burned. Burn, burnt, burnt. Burst, burst, burst. Buy, bought, bought.
Repeat. Fat, vat. Fan, van. Fast, vast. Fee, v. Feel, veal. Ferry, very. Few, view. Fine, vine. First, versed. Folly, volley. Safe, save. Life, live. Leaf, leave. Thief, thieves. Belief, believe. Relief, relieve. Half, have. Proof, prove.
This is the end of Lesson 3. Roz's English Course, Book 6, Lesson 4. Repeat. I wish I weren't so tired. I wish I weren't so beat. I wish I weren't so exhausted. I wish I weren't so bushed.
I wish I hadn't been so silly. I wish I hadn't been so drunk. I wish I hadn't been so irresponsible. I wish I hadn't been so moody. I wish I hadn't been so grumpy. I wish I hadn't been so crabby.
Repeat. He has to paint the walls. He has to change the plumbing. He has to change the light bulbs. He has to varnish the wood. He has to unclog the drains. He has to plaster the ceilings. He has to replace the roof. He has to build a new deck.
Repeat. I have to paint the walls. I wish I didn't have to paint the walls. I have to change the plumbing. I wish I didn't have to change the plumbing. I have to varnish the wood. I wish I didn't have to varnish the wood. I have to unclog the drains. I wish I didn't have to unclog the drains. I have to plaster the ceiling. I wish I didn't have to plaster the ceiling. I have to replace the roof. I wish I didn't have to replace the roof. I have to build a new deck. I wish I didn't have to build a new deck.
Follow the example.
You'll paint the walls for me, won't you?
No sweat. I will have painted the walls by the end of the month.
You'll change the plumbing, won't you? You'll rewire the house, won't you? You'll change the light bulbs, won't you? You'll tile the kitchen floor, won't you? You'll unclog the drains, won't you? You'll varnish the window frames, won't you? You'll plaster the ceiling, won't you? You'll scrub the bathroom floor, won't you? You'll replace the roof tiles, won't you? You'll build a new deck, won't you?
Repeat.
Do you always stretch before exercising?
You should always stretch before exercising.
You should stretch before exercising. You should buckle up when you get in a car. You should wear a helmet when you ride a bike. You should wear sunscreen when you go to the beach. You shouldn't move the victims of an accident. You shouldn't cheat on tests. You shouldn't date your sister's boyfriend. You shouldn't gossip.
Repeat. I've already eaten a lot, but I still want dessert. I've already ordered a steak, but I still want a side order. I've already slimmed down, but I still want to lose more weight. I've already traveled a lot, but I still want to see some places. I've already bought a lot of clothes, but I still want to buy a jacket. I've already spent a lot of money, but I still want to buy some gifts.
Repeat. Are you still hungry? Are you still going to order dessert? Are you still saving to buy an apartment? Are you still enrolled in that aerobics class? Are you still trying to slim down?
Oral comprehension. Listen. Peter is on a 30-day tour of Europe with his friends. They hit the road 10 days ago, and they have already been to 4 countries. The backpackers started in Portugal, and they are in Berlin at the moment. They've been to Lisbon, Madrid, and Paris. They've already visited some very important museums and a lot of interesting places. As they are short of money, they would hitchhike if it were safe, but their parents told them not to do it. From Berlin, they are going to travel to Amsterdam and London. By the end of the tour, they will have visited 6 countries and will have made lots of new friends. This is a trip Peter will remember for the rest of his life. Now answer the questions. Number 1, A.
Peter and his friends started their trip 30 days ago.
B.
Peter and his friends have been traveling for 10 days.
C.
Peter and his friends will be traveling for another month.
2. A.
They are traveling with a lot of money.
B.
They are traveling with little money.
C.
They are traveling with a lot of cash.
3. A.
They have visited a couple of important museums.
B.
They are not interested in visiting museums.
C.
There aren't any interesting museums in these cities.
4. A.
Their parents told them to hitchhike to save money.
B.
Their parents allowed them to hitchhike.
C.
Their parents told them not to hitchhike because it's dangerous. The correct answers are 1. B. Peter and his friends have been traveling for 10 days. 2. B. They are traveling with little money. 3. A. They have visited a couple of important museums. 4. C. Their parents told them not to hitchhike because it's dangerous. This is the end of Lesson 4.
Brazos English Course, Book 6, Lesson 5. Repeat.
She is.
You said she was.
She was.
You said she had been.
She has been.
You said she had been.
She will.
You said she would.
She can.
You said she could.
She could.
You said she could have.
Repeat.
Mary is fixing the faucet.
You said Mary was fixing the faucet.
Mary fixed the faucet.
You said Mary had fixed the faucet.
John will plaster the wall.
You said John would plaster the wall.
John can build a deck.
You said John could build a deck.
I can unclog the drains.
You said you could unclog the drains.
Peter works well.
You said Peter worked well.
Repeat.
Take an aspirin.
She told me to take an aspirin.
Call the doctor.
She told me to call the doctor.
Wash your hands.
She told me to wash my hands.
Clean your braces.
She told me to clean my braces.
Buy your medicine.
She told me to buy my medicine.
Get some eye drops.
She told me to get some eye drops.
Dialogue. Listen.
The faucet was dripping. Who fixed it?
Guess what? Joe fixed the dripping faucet by himself.
You're pulling my leg.
Repeat.
The faucet was dripping. Who fixed it?
Guess what? Joe fixed the dripping faucet by himself.
You're pulling my leg. Dialogue. Listen.
The ceiling looks like new.
Mary plastered and painted the ceiling by herself.
You can't be serious.
Repeat.
The ceiling looks like new.
Mary plastered and painted the ceiling by herself.
You can't be serious.
Dialogue. Listen.
Those windows are beautiful.
Yes, we by ourselves varnished the window frames.
Get out of here. That can't be true.
Repeat.
Those windows are beautiful.
Yes, we by ourselves varnished the window frames.
Get out of here. That can't be true.
Dialogue. Listen.
Can I use the bathroom?
Yes, Bill unclogged the drains by himself.
Come on, give me a break.
I swear it's true.
Repeat. Can I use the bathroom?
Yes, Bill unclogged the drains by himself.
Come on, give me a break.
I swear it's true.
Verbs. Repeat. Call, called, called. Care, cared, cared. Carry, carried, carried. Catch, caught, caught. Cause, caused, caused. Celebrate, celebrated, celebrated. Change, changed, changed. Check, checked, checked. Choose, chose, chosen. Claim, claimed, claimed. clean, cleaned, cleaned. Close, closed, closed. Come, came, come. Compete, competed, competed. Complete, completed, completed. Cook, cooked, cooked.
Copy, copied, copied. Correct, corrected, corrected. Cost, cost, cost. Cough, coughed, coughed. Count, counted, counted. Crash, crashed, crashed. Creep, crept, crept. Cry, cried, cried. Cure, cured, cured. Cut, cut, cut. Dance, danced, danced. Daydream, daydreamed, daydreamed. Deal, dealt, dealt. Decide, decided, decided. Defend, defended, defended. Delete, deleted, deleted.
Repeat. Thank, shank. Thief, sheaf. Thigh, shy. Thin, shin. Thread, shred. Thrill, shrill. Thriller, shriller. Through, shrew. Bath, bash. Math, mash. Wrath, rash. With, wish. Wealth, Welsh.
Repeat. Ball, boil. All, oil. Fall, foil. Bald, boiled. Tall, toil. Jaunt, joint. Jaw, joy. Saw, soy. Repeat. Could, code. Should, showed. Cook, coke. Brook, broke. Full, foal. Pull, pole. This is the end of Lesson 5.
Braz's English Course, Book 6, Lesson 6.
Repeat.
You need a doctor. You should see a doctor. You need a rest. You should take a rest. You need a blood test. You should have a blood test. You need an X-ray. You should have an X-ray. You need an injection. You should get an injection. You need some pills. You should take some pills. You need some syrup. You should pick up some syrup. You need some nasal spray. You should use some nasal spray.
Repeat.
I have problems with my income tax.
You should hire an accountant.
I have problems with the salesperson.
You should see the manager.
I have problems with my plane ticket.
You should call the travel agent.
I have problems with my lungs.
You should see a doctor.
There's a leak in the roof.
You should call a repairman.
My hair doesn't look good.
You should go to a barber shop.
Repeat. You should hire an accountant. Why don't you hire an accountant? You should see the manager. Why don't you see the manager? You should call the travel agent. Why don't you call the travel agent? You should see a doctor. Why don't you see a doctor? You should call a repairman. Why don't you call a repairman? You should go to a beauty salon. Why don't you go to a beauty salon?
Repeat.
I told him he shouldn't daydream in class.
I told him not to daydream in class.
The doctor told me I should stay in bed.
The doctor told me to stay in bed.
I told the children they shouldn't shout.
I told the children not to shout.
I advised them to tell the truth.
I told them to tell the truth.
I said they shouldn't lie.
I told them not to lie.
The doctor said I should quit smoking.
The doctor told me to quit smoking.
He said I should eat more vegetables.
He told me to eat more vegetables.
She said that I shouldn't lock the door.
She told me not to lock the door.
Repeat.
Is anyone at school?
He asked me if anyone was at school.
Is anyone at home?
He asked me if anyone was at home.
Is anyone at church?
He asked me if anyone was at church.
Is anyone at the office?
He asked me whether anyone was at the office.
Is anyone at the clinic?
He asked me whether anyone was at the clinic.
Is anyone at the club?
He asked me whether anyone was at the club.
Is anyone at the garage?
He asked me whether anyone was at the garage.
Repeat.
Does he have a hobby?
I don't know whether he has a hobby or not.
Does he like puzzles?
I don't know whether he likes puzzles or not.
Does he collect stamps?
I don't know whether he collects stamps or not.
Does he enjoy cooking?
I don't know whether he enjoys cooking or not.
Does he play tennis?
I don't know whether he plays tennis or not.
Did he get the job?
I don't know whether he got the job.
Will he get a promotion?
I don't know whether he'll get a promotion.
Is she going to buy the dress?
I don't know whether she's going to buy the dress.
Was he at the show?
I don't know whether he was at the show.
Repeat. I haven't lost my temper in a long time. I haven't freaked out for a long time. I haven't asked for a loan in years. I haven't gone out by myself in weeks. I haven't cooked dinner for myself in ages. I haven't eaten by myself for a long time. I haven't changed a tire by myself for a while.
Oral comprehension. Listen. The Beatles were the most famous rock group of the 60s. The band members were John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr, who were all English. They started playing in the 50s, and at first, people didn't pay much attention to them. Then they went to Germany and did some shows that changed their lives and the history of rock music. They wrote beautiful lyrics with sophisticated melodies. In the early 70s, the group broke up and never recorded as the Beatles again.
Check whether true or false. The Beatles were successful from the very beginning. They were German. The German fans were the first to pay attention to them. Some successful shows changed their lives. They were successful because they wrote simple melodies. They kept on recording as a group in the 80s.
The correct answers are: the Beatles were successful from the very beginning. False. They were German. False. The German fans were the first to pay attention to them. True. Some successful shows changed their lives. True. They were successful because they wrote simple melodies. False. They kept on recording as a group in the 80s. False.
Reading comprehension. Listen. 2 traveling angels stopped to spend the night in the home of a wealthy family. The family was rude and refused to let the angels stay in the mansion's guest room. Instead, the angels stayed in the cold basement. As they made their bed on the hard floor, the old angel saw a hole in the wall and repaired it. When the young angel asked why, he replied, "Things aren't always what they seem." The next night, the pair came to rest at the house of a very poor farmer and his wife, who let the angels sleep in their bed where they could have a good night's rest. When the sun came up the next morning, the angels found the farmer and his wife in tears. Their only cow was dead in the field. The young angel was extremely angry and asked the old angel, "How could you let this happen? The first man had everything, yet you helped him. The second family had little and was generous, and you let their only cow die." "Things aren't always what they seem," the old angel replied. "When we stayed in the basement of the mansion, I noticed there was gold stored in that hole in the wall, so I plastered the wall. Then, last night, as we slept in the farmer's bed, the angel of death came for his wife. I gave him the cow instead. Things aren't always what they seem." This is the end of Lesson 6.
This English course, Book 6, Lesson 7.
Follow the example.
I called the real estate agent.
What did he tell you?
He told me he'd called the real estate agent.
I ate the whole cake.
What did he tell you?
He told me he'd eaten the whole cake.
I cooked dinner for us.
What did he tell you?
He told me he'd cooked dinner for us.
I liked those cookies best.
What did he tell you?
He told me he'd like those cookies best.
I boiled the peas.
What did he tell you?
He told me he'd boiled the peas.
I fried the steak.
What did he tell you?
He told me he'd fried the steak.
I baked the potatoes.
What did he tell you?
He told me he'd baked the potatoes.
I could do it easily.
What did he tell you?
He told me he could do it easily.
I could do it easily.
What did he tell you?
He told me he had been able to do it easily.
Repeat.
Stop complaining.
He said I should stop complaining.
Stop crying.
He said I should stop crying.
Stop shouting.
He said I should stop shouting.
Stop arguing.
He said I should stop arguing.
Stop whispering.
He said I should stop whispering.
Stop pushing.
He said I should stop pushing.
Stop cursing.
He said I should stop cursing.
Stop swearing.
He said I should stop swearing.
Stop humming.
He said I should stop humming.
Stop yelling.
He said I should stop yelling.
Stop cheating.
He said I should stop cheating.
Repeat.
He said I should start studying.
He told me to start studying.
He said the children should stop yelling.
He told the children to stop yelling.
She said the students should not cheat.
She told the students not to cheat.
She said the neighbors should stop gossiping.
She told the neighbors to stop gossiping.
He said his wife should stop crying.
He told his wife to stop crying.
They said their classmates should stop arguing.
They told their classmates to stop arguing.
He said I should stop hitting on his sister.
He told me to stop hitting on his sister.
Follow the example.
I have an English class today. What did I say?
You said you had an English class today.
What did I tell you?
You told me you had an English class today.
I had a meeting yesterday. What did I say?
You said you had a meeting yesterday.
What did I tell you?
You told me you had a meeting yesterday.
I can help them. What did I say?
You said you could help them.
What did I tell you?
You told me you could help them.
I can't get a dial tone. What did I say?
You said you couldn't get a dial tone.
What did I tell you?
You told me you couldn't get a dial tone.
I always drive carefully. What did I say?
You said you always drove carefully.
What did I tell you?
You told me you always drove carefully.
I feel lonely. What did I say?
You said you felt lonely.
What did I tell you?
You told me you felt lonely.
I've been there many times. What did I say?
You said you've been there many times.
What did I tell you?
You told me you'd been there many times.
I'm finishing the work. What did I say?
You said you were finishing the work.
What did I tell you?
You told me you were finishing the work.
I'll be waiting for you tonight. What did I say?
You said you would be waiting for me tonight.
What did I tell you?
You told me you would be waiting for me tonight.
I was watching a tennis match on TV. What did I say?
You said you had been watching a tennis match on TV.
What did I tell you?
You told me you had been watching a tennis match on TV.
I may go to a camp in July. What did I say?
You said you might go to a camp in July.
What did I tell you?
You told me you might go to a camp in July.
Follow the example.
Ask him what he'll be doing on his vacation.
What will you be doing on your vacation?
Ask him what he'll be doing on the weekend.
What will you be doing on the weekend?
Ask him what he'll be doing on Friday night.
What will you be doing on Friday night?
Ask him what he'll be doing after class.
What will you be doing after class?
Ask him what he'll be doing tomorrow afternoon.
What will you be doing tomorrow afternoon?
Ask him what he'll be doing after the soap opera.
What will you be doing after the soap opera?
Idioms. Listen. I was good at spending my leisure time eating, smoking, and drinking. It wasn't a very healthy combination, and it was obvious that things were getting out of hand. I had put on about 20 pounds in only a few months, and it seemed that I would just go on gaining weight. My wife had an idea about how I might clear up my problem. She suggested that I work off my excess weight by working out at a health club. Before starting, I dropped in on my doctor for a checkup, just to make sure everything would be all right. He told me I'd have to cut out smoking and that I should cut down on alcoholic beverages. That way, it would be easier for me to burn up the extra calories. Now, on days when the weather clears up and the wind dies down, I go jogging or rowing on the lake. I'm not much for exercising, but it seems to be the only way to work out my weight problem. Repeat.
To be good at something. To know how to do something well. To get out of hand. To get out of control. To put on weight. To gain weight. To go on. To continue. To clear up a problem. To solve a problem. To work off one's weight. To reduce. To work out. To exercise. To drop in on. To visit. To make sure. To be certain. To cut out. To stop. To cut down. To reduce. To burn up. To consume. To clear up. To get better. To die down. To diminish. Not to be much for. Not to like. To work out a problem. To solve a problem.
Repeat.
Are we having a test today?
No, but there's going to be a test tomorrow.
Are we having a luau at the beach tonight?
No, but there's going to be a luau at the beach tomorrow.
Are we having a competition at the pool today?
No, but there's going to be a competition at the pool tomorrow.
Are we having a party at your place tonight?
No, but there's going to be a party at my place tomorrow night.
Are we having a get-together tonight?
No, but there's going to be a get-together tomorrow night.
This is the end of Lesson 7. Brazos English Course, Book 6, Lesson 8.
Follow the example.
They have been living here for ages.
What did he say?
He said they had been living here for ages.
They've been in love since last spring.
What did he say? He said they had been in love since last spring.
They've been married since last summer.
What did he say? He said they had been married since last summer.
They've been divorced since last fall.
What did he say? He said they had been divorced since last fall.
They've been lonely since last winter.
What did he say? He said they had been lonely since last winter.
They've been waiting for hot weather.
What did he say? He said they had been waiting for hot weather.
They've been expecting cold weather.
What did he say? He said they had been expecting cold weather.
They've been looking forward to their vacation.
What did he say? He said they had been looking forward to their vacation.
They've been helping out as much as possible.
What did he say? He said they had been helping out as much as possible.
Repeat. Just as he was leaving the house, his friends arrived. Just as he was getting under the shower, the phone rang. Just as he was beginning his homework, the lights went out. Just as he was starting to make money, his boss fired him. Just as he was getting better, he had a stroke. Just as he was going to kick the ball, he fell down. Just as he was going to score a goal, the goalie knocked him down. Just as he was putting some money in his pocket, the cops got there.
Repeat.
Did John like the book?
Yes, he liked it very much.
Did he like the movie?
No, he didn't like it at all.
Did Mary like the opera?
Yes, she liked it very much.
Did she like the concert?
No, she didn't like it at all.
Did Paul like the ballet?
Yes, he liked it very much.
Did he like the performance?
No, he didn't like it at all.
Did Helen like the play?
Yes, she liked it very much.
Did she like the musical?
No, she didn't like it at all.
Repeat.
There's some steaks in the fridge.
He said that there were some steaks in the fridge.
There are some olives in the jar.
He said that there were some olives in the jar.
There are some matches in the box.
He said that there were some matches in the box.
There are some jars in the cupboard.
He said that there were some jars in the cupboard.
Repeat.
There is some juice in the carton.
He said that there was some juice in the carton.
There is some soda in the can.
He said that there was some soda in the can.
There is some sugar in the bowl.
He said that there was some sugar in the bowl.
There is some water in the pitcher.
He said that there was some water in the pitcher.
There is some milk in the glass.
He said that there was some milk in the glass.
There is some beer in the bottle.
He said that there was some beer in the bottle.
There's some meat in the fridge.
He said that there was some meat in the fridge.
Directions. Repeat. Turn right. Turn left. Cross the street. Go straight ahead. Go up the street. Go down the street. Go down the street to ask a cop. That's a one-way street. It's in front of the bank. It's next to the post office. It's across the street. It's across the street from the bank. It's on the corner of Main Street. It's 2 blocks away. It's on the other side of the street. It's just around the corner.
Repeat. Would you like some soup? Would you like a bowl of soup? Would you like some ice cream? Would you like an ice cream cone? Would you like a scoop of ice cream? Would you like some coffee? Would you like a cup of coffee? Would you like some popcorn? Would you like some ham? Would you like some slices of ham? Repeat.
Can I have some bacon?
He asked if he could have some bacon.
Can I have some strips of bacon?
He asked if he could have some strips of bacon.
Can I have some mashed potatoes?
He asked if he could have some mashed potatoes.
Can I have some sugar in my coffee?
He asked if he could have some sugar in his coffee.
Can I have a glass of lemonade?
He asked if he could have a glass of lemonade.
Can I have some lemonade?
He asked if he could have some lemonade.
Can I have a bar of chocolate?
He asked if he could have a bar of chocolate.
Can I have a bottle of mineral water?
He asked if he could have a bottle of mineral water.
Repeat. What's the craziest thing you have ever seen? What's the cheapest car you have ever bought? What's the most expensive car you have ever bought? Who's the cheapest person you have ever met? What's the best place you have ever been to? What's the most interesting book you have ever read?
Repeat. I've just bought a car. It's very fast. It's the fastest car I've ever bought. I've just read a book. It's very good. It's the best book I've ever read. I've just dated a girl. She's very pretty. She's the prettiest girl I've ever dated. I've just seen a movie. It's very exciting. It's the most exciting movie I've ever seen. I've just had an accident. It's very serious. It's the most serious accident I've ever had. Reading. Listen. The other day, as Samantha was going to Brazos, the strangest thing happened. She was a couple of blocks from home when she saw a mob of people in the street across from the First National Bank. There was a lot of shouting and screaming. Suddenly, a man ran past her with his hands and pockets full of money. Samantha said to herself, "Oh God, this must be a bank robbery." She was wondering what she should do when she saw another crazy thing. 2 smiling women were pushing baby carriages and counting lots of $100 bills. Samantha thought, these ladies can't be criminals. There must be another explanation. She asked them what had happened, and they told her that nobody had held up the bank, and the people with all the money weren't robbers at all, or at least they didn't consider themselves to be. An armored car had been going down the road when the back door opened and bags of money fell into the street. The wind had carried the bills in all directions, and it began to rain money. All of this free cash was too much for the people to ignore. Some people stopped their cars, others jumped out of buses, and still more ran from stores and homes. They didn't care whose money it was or whether they were being honest or not. Some felt they should call the police, but most had already decided to keep the money. The cops arrived and tried to collect as much money as possible, but almost all of it had already disappeared. They told the people that they had to return all the cash, but the crowd wouldn't listen to them. Some people agreed that they should return the money, but most felt that they needed it more than the bank. That's when the ladies and the rest of the crowd left, not giving back a cent and feeling very happy about their good luck. The next day, Samantha watched the news on TV, and there was a report about the lost money. $1 million had fallen from the armored car, but the police recovered only $5,000. It seems that most people did decide that they would rather keep the money than return it. Samantha wondered what she would have done if she had found thousands of dollars. Would she have given it back, or would she have kept it too? This is the end of Lesson 8.
Rosa's English Course, Book 6, Lesson 9. Repeat. I'd like to use the phone. I'd like to call home. I'd like to go to the bathroom. I'd like to see the menu. I'd like to order my dinner. I'd like to have the check. I'd like to try this shirt on.
Repeat.
I'd like to swim.
Let's go to the beach.
I'd like to buy an ice cream cone.
Let's go to the ice cream parlor.
I'd like to work out.
Let's go to the gym.
I'd like to buy a gift.
Let's go to the shopping mall.
I'd like to get a haircut.
Let's go to the beauty salon.
I'd like to get a tan.
Let's go to the swimming pool. Repeat.
I was going to call you.
You should have called me.
I was going to invite her out.
You should have invited her out.
I was going to tell you the news.
You should have told me the news.
I was going to warn you.
You should have warned me.
I was going to bring an umbrella.
You should have brought an umbrella.
I was going to return the money.
You should have returned the money.
I was going to wear sunblock.
You should have worn sunblock.
I was going to tip the waiter.
You should have tipped the waiter.
Repeat. Should I get you some water? Should I get the keys? Should I get the car? Should I fix you a snack? Should I make some coffee? Should I get you an umbrella? Should I hold the door for you?
Repeat.
Don't open the door to strangers.
You mustn't open the door to strangers.
Don't put your arm outside the car window.
You mustn't put your arm outside the car window.
Don't throw stones at birds.
You mustn't throw stones at birds.
Don't walk on the grass.
You mustn't walk on the grass.
Don't talk to strangers.
You mustn't talk to strangers.
Don't spend all your money.
You mustn't spend all your money.
Don't max out your credit card.
You mustn't max out your credit card.
Don't drink and drive.
You mustn't drink and drive.
Don't double park.
You mustn't double park.
Don't litter.
You mustn't litter.
Repeat. Why don't you sit down? I wish you would sit down. Why don't you listen to the CDs? I wish you would listen to the CDs. Why don't you learn how to cook? I wish you would learn how to cook. Why don't you buy a dictionary? I wish you would buy a dictionary. Why don't you arrive on time? I wish you would arrive on time. Why don't you go on a diet? I wish you would go on a diet. Why don't you learn how to drive? I wish you would learn how to drive. Why don't you buy a bike? I wish you would buy a bike. Why don't you stop giggling? I wish you would stop giggling.
Repeat. There's been a lot of rain recently. There's been a lot of fog recently. There's been a lot of snow recently. There has been a lot of pollution recently. There have been a lot of storms recently. There have been a lot of thunderstorms recently. There have been a lot of accidents recently.
Repeat.
My friends didn't want to go, so I went alone.
My friends didn't want to go, so I went by myself.
She didn't want to play, so he played alone.
She didn't want to play, so he played by himself.
We didn't want to eat, so she ate alone.
We didn't want to eat, so she ate by herself.
They didn't want to study, so we studied alone.
They didn't want to study, so we studied by ourselves.
The mechanic didn't want to fix his car, so he fixed it alone.
The mechanic didn't want to fix his car, so he fixed it by himself.
Repeat. He himself fixed the car. I myself changed the flat tire. He himself cooked dinner. She herself cashed the check. They themselves packed their suitcases. We ourselves varnished the window frames. She herself carried the heavy boxes.
Oral comprehension. Listen. Bill and his friends have been planning a fishing trip since it started warming up last month. Although there has been a lot of rain recently, he hopes the weather will be good for the weekend. Right now, they are buying fishing tackle at a sporting goods store. If it rains, they'll be really disappointed and will have to put off the trip.
Now answer the questions. What have Bill and his friends been planning? Since when have they been planning it? Where are they right now? What are they doing? How has the weather been lately? How will they feel if it rains? What will they do if it rains?
Now, here are the answers. Bill and his friends have been planning a fishing trip. They've been planning it since it started warming up last month. Right now, they're at a sporting goods store. They're buying fishing tackle. Lately, the weather has been rainy. If it rains, they'll feel disappointed. If it rains, they'll have to put off their trip. This is the end of Lesson 9. This English course, Book 6, Lesson 10. Repeat. I could have passed. I would have been able to pass. I could have studied. I would have been able to study. I could have gone. I would have been able to go. I could have swum. I would have been able to swim. I could have called. I would have been able to call.
Repeat.
This suitcase is too heavy for me.
Could you give me a hand?
We're going to serve the drinks.
Could you get some ice?
We're running out of soft drinks.
Could you pick up some at the supermarket?
My cell phone is not working.
Could you lend me yours for a minute?
We've got a bad connection.
Could you call me back?
I'm feeling a bit dizzy.
Could you find me a seat?
Reading. Listen. What not to do in bed. You can read. You can rest. You can sleep. You can make phone calls. You can eat breakfast. You can watch television. You can listen to music. You can exercise. You can snore. You can even eat crackers, provided you're alone. And yes, you can snuggle, but don't ever light up a cigarette when you're in bed, because if you doze off just once, all your dreams can go up in smoke. This is the end of Lesson 10.
Brazos English Course, Book 6, Lesson 11. Repeat.
Will you have soup or a salad?
I haven't made up my mind whether I'll have soup or a salad.
Will you walk or drive?
I haven't made up my mind whether I'll walk or drive.
Will you have cake or pie?
I haven't made up my mind whether I'll have cake or pie.
Will you order beef or shrimp?
I haven't made up my mind whether I'll order beef or shrimp.
Will you drink still water or sparkling water?
I haven't made up my mind whether I'll drink still water or sparkling water.
Will you have sugar or sweetener?
I haven't made up my mind whether I'll have sugar or sweetener.
Will you stay home or go out?
I haven't made up my mind whether I'll stay home or go out.
Will you rent a car or go by bus?
I haven't made up my mind whether I'll rent a car or go by bus.
Will you buy shower curtains or glass doors for the bathroom?
I haven't made up my mind whether I'll buy shower curtains or glass doors for the bathroom.
Dialogue. Listen.
We're going to eat out. Want to come along?
No, not tonight. I'm going to work on my stamp collection. I have a lot of new stamps to catalog.
I didn't know you went in for collecting stamps. You'd never mentioned it before.
I didn't think it would interest you. What about you? Do you have a hobby?
Well, I've been collecting postcards since I was 5.
You must have quite a collection by now.
I sure do. I have over 2,000 postcards from all over the world.
Could I have the stamps?
I'm sorry, but you're too late. My little sister gets them for her collection.
Does everyone in your family have a hobby?
Yes, we all have hobbies. My mother collects pottery, and my father is into carpentry. My older brother is addicted to the internet.
It's the same with my family. My mother's crazy about crossword puzzles, and my father enjoys cooking on weekends. Repeat.
We're going to eat out. Want to come along?
No, not tonight. I'm going to work on my stamp collection. I have a lot of new stamps to catalog.
I didn't know you went in for collecting stamps. You'd never mentioned it before.
I didn't think it would interest you. What about you? Do you have a hobby?
Well, I've been collecting postcards since I was 5.
You must have quite a collection by now.
I sure do. I have over 2,000 postcards from all over the world.
Could I have the stamps?
I'm sorry, but you're too late. My little sister gets them for her collection.
Does everyone in your family have a hobby?
Yes, we all have hobbies. My mother collects pottery, and my father is into carpentry. My older brother is addicted to the internet.
It's the same with my family. My mother's crazy about crossword puzzles, and my father enjoys cooking on weekends.
Reading comprehension. Listen. There are always a lot of arguments about the term the good old days. Some people say that life must have been better, while others affirm that it must have been terrible without all the modern conveniences and technology that we enjoy nowadays. As usual, both sides take radical positions. One side must be right, and the other, consequently, must be wrong. Even lacking modern conveniences, there must have been a good side to life. It is very difficult for some people to admit that, in spite of progress, the world has not necessarily become better in all respects. We all agree that life must have been much calmer without the stress and violence we see these days. The cities, with fewer industries, had less air and water pollution. But does that mean it was a better world? My 78-year-old Aunt Belle has very modern ideas. She doesn't see eye to eye with her peers. Her liberal attitude has helped the elders in our family come to terms with such contemporary issues as modern education, the opinions and rights of children, premarital sex, divorce, homosexuality, and many others. She was also responsible for introducing some modern equipment into our household. She is quite enthusiastic about the new computer and the communication technology which she has put to work for her. When she first saw my personal computer, she examined it with a level of intensity I had seen my other aunts apply only to the plots of their favorite soap operas.
Check true or false according to the text. Everybody agrees that life must have been better in the old days. Modern conveniences and technology have made life easier. People are usually radical in their opinions.
There were fewer industries and consequently less pollution in cities.
The correct answers are: everybody agrees that life must have been better in the old days. False. Modern conveniences and technology have made life easier. True. People are usually radical in their opinions. True.
There were fewer industries and consequently less pollution in cities.
True.
Repeat. Pack, back. Pace, base. Pad, bad. Pair, bear. Pale, bail. Palm, bomb. Pat, bat. Path, bath. P, bee. Peak, beak. Pig, big. Repeat. Rope, robe. Cap, cab. Lap, lab. Tap, tab. Rip, rib. Mop, mob. Cup, cub. Pup, pub. This is the end of Lesson 11.
Brazos English Course, Book 6, Lesson 12. Repeat. Plants need water. Children need attention. People need food. Babies need milk. I need lettuce for the salad. I need coins for the vending machine. I need some medicine for my backache. I need some syrup for my cough. I need to call a doctor. The dog needs to go for a walk.
Follow the example.
If the rain doesn't stop, they won't go sailing.
They won't go sailing unless the rain stops.
If she doesn't study, she won't pass.
She won't pass unless she studies.
If he doesn't hurry, he won't be on time.
He won't be on time unless he hurries.
If he doesn't drive, he won't be able to go.
He won't be able to go unless he drives.
If she doesn't go on a diet, she won't lose weight.
She won't lose weight unless she goes on a diet.
If he doesn't practice, he won't make the team.
He won't make the team unless he practices.
If she doesn't swim, she won't get any exercise.
She won't get any exercise unless she swims.
If he doesn't hurry, he won't get there on time for the meeting.
He won't get there on time for the meeting unless he hurries.
Repeat. Would have to buy a new car if ours broke down. Would have to invite them if we gave a party. Would have to give them some money if they needed it. Would have to call them if there were a message for them. Would have to withdraw money from the bank if we had to pay him today. Would have to repair the vacuum cleaner if we had to clean the office. Would have to call them if we needed help.
Repeat. He didn't know whether to draw or play chess. He didn't know whether to read or watch TV. He didn't know whether to write or phone. He didn't know whether to save or spend. He didn't know whether to work or play. He didn't know whether to travel or stay home.
Verbs. Repeat. Deliver. Delivered. Delivered. Describe. Described. Described. Dial. Dialed. Dialed. Die. Died. Died. Dig. Dug. Dug. Direct. Directed. Directed. Dive. Dived. Dived. Dive. Dove. Dived. Do. Did. Done. Double date. Double dated. Double dated. Download. Downloaded. Downloaded.
Repeat.
It wasn't necessary for her to clean the kitchen.
She didn't have to clean the kitchen.
It wasn't necessary for her to do the dishes.
She didn't have to do the dishes.
It wasn't necessary for her to unclog the sink.
She didn't have to unclog the sink.
It wasn't necessary for her to wash the car.
She didn't have to wash the car.
It wasn't necessary for her to change the tire.
She didn't have to change the tire.
It wasn't necessary for her to attend the meeting.
She didn't have to attend the meeting.
It wasn't necessary for her to take the bus.
She didn't have to take the bus.
It wasn't necessary for her to take him to the airport.
She didn't have to take him to the airport.
It wasn't necessary for her to work overtime.
She didn't have to work overtime.
It wasn't necessary for her to do all the work by herself.
She didn't have to do all the work by herself.
It wasn't necessary for her to pay for the booze.
She didn't have to pay for the booze.
Repeat.
You don't do your homework.
I wish you did your homework.
He doesn't speak English.
I wish he spoke English.
He doesn't work out.
I wish he worked out.
She doesn't listen to music.
I wish she listened to music.
They don't have a car.
I wish they had a car.
I don't have much free time.
I wish I had more free time.
He doesn't exercise very much.
I wish he exercised more.
She doesn't study very much.
I wish she studied more.
They don't help very much.
I wish they helped more.
Repeat.
She wishes she could play chess. She wishes she could work less. She wishes she could smoke less. She wishes she could eat less. She wishes she could save more. She wishes she could travel more. She wishes she could read more. Repeat.
I wish I didn't have a headache. I wish I didn't have a hangover. I wish I didn't have a class now. I wish I didn't have an appointment today. I wish I didn't have a test today. I wish I didn't have a meeting tomorrow. I wish I didn't have a conference tomorrow.
This is the end of Lesson 12.
Raz's English course, Book 6, Lesson 13.
Repeat.
Why couldn't they go swimming?
It must have been too cold.
Why couldn't they do the exercise?
It must have been too hard.
Why couldn't they get to the farm by 6?
It must have been too far.
Why couldn't they carry the furniture?
It must have been too heavy.
Why couldn't they go sailing?
It must have been too windy.
Why couldn't they spend their vacation abroad?
It must have been too expensive.
Vocabulary buildup. Natural disasters. Listen. I live in Brazil and I wouldn't like to live anywhere else. Do you know why? Brazil isn't subject to earthquakes, typhoons, or tidal waves. Most areas in Brazil aren't subject to hurricanes or tornadoes. There are no active volcanoes, and we aren't subject to volcanic eruptions. Heavy rains may cause floods, avalanches, landslides, or mudslides. Some areas are subject to droughts. Some are becoming deserts. Mountains, hills, and slopes are subject to landslides. Valleys, plains, prairies, and grasslands, that is, lowlands in general, are subject to floods. Forests and woods are subject to the outbreak of fire. People who live near marshes and swamps are subject to diseases. Lakes and lagoons are becoming polluted because of local industries.
Repeat. The coast of Thailand was hit by a tsunami. It was hit by huge tidal waves. Thousands of tourists were killed. Thousands of its inhabitants were evacuated. The families were separated. Their homes were destroyed. The roads were flooded. The trees were uprooted. Some towns were flattened.
Repeat. West, vest, whale, veil, wane, vein, wheel, veal, wet, vet, wine, vine. Repeat. Raise, raids, rose, roads, seas, seeds, ties, tides, trays, trades.
Repeat.
He didn't know whether to draw or play chess.
He should have played chess.
He didn't know whether to read or watch TV.
He should have read.
He didn't know whether to write or phone.
He should have phoned.
He didn't know whether to save or spend.
He should have saved.
He didn't know whether to work or play.
He should have worked.
He didn't know whether to travel or stay home.
He should have traveled.
Repeat.
She wishes she could play chess.
She wishes she could have played chess.
She wishes she could work less.
She wishes she could have worked less.
She wishes she could smoke less.
She wishes she could have smoked less.
She wishes she could eat less.
She wishes she could have eaten less.
She wishes she could save more.
She wishes she could have saved more.
She wishes she could travel more.
She wishes she could have traveled more.
She wishes she could read more.
She wishes she could have read more.
Repeat.
I wish I didn't have a headache.
I wish I hadn't had a headache.
I wish I didn't have a hangover.
I wish I hadn't had a hangover.
I wish I didn't have a class now.
I wish I hadn't had a class yesterday.
I wish I didn't have an appointment.
I wish I hadn't had an appointment.
I wish I didn't have a test.
I wish I hadn't had a test.
I wish I didn't have a meeting tomorrow.
I wish I hadn't had a meeting yesterday.
I wish I didn't have a conference tomorrow.
I wish I hadn't had a conference yesterday.
This is the end of Lesson 13. Brazos English Course, Book 6, Lesson 14.
Repeat.
Bill is selling the house.
The house is being sold.
Bill sells houses.
Houses are sold.
Bill sold the house.
The house was sold.
Bill was selling the house.
The house was being sold.
Bill has sold the house.
The house has been sold.
Bill had sold the house.
The house had been sold.
Bill will sell the house.
The house will be sold.
Bill would sell the house.
The house would be sold.
Bill would have sold the house.
The house would have been sold.
Repeat.
Bill can sell the house.
The house can be sold.
Bill could sell the house.
The house could be sold.
Bill could have sold the house.
The house could have been sold.
Bill must sell the house.
The house must be sold.
Bill has to sell the house.
The house has to be sold.
Bill should sell the house.
The house should be sold.
Bill should have sold the house.
The house should have been sold.
Bill must have sold the house.
The house must have been sold.
Bill could have sold the house.
The house could have been sold.
Repeat. The lesson will be finished on time. The bills will be paid on time. The work will be done on time. The house will be finished on schedule. The changes will be made on schedule. I'm sure the painting will be finished as scheduled. I'm sure the deck will be built as planned. I'm sure the loan will be paid as planned. I'm sure the contract will be signed as agreed. I'm sure the wood would be varnished as agreed.
Repeat. The work won't be done on schedule because there isn't enough time. The bills won't be paid on time because there isn't enough money. Crime won't be reduced as planned because there aren't enough policemen. The house won't be built as scheduled because there aren't enough workers. The swimming pool won't be built as planned because there isn't enough money. The car won't be repaired as promised because there aren't enough mechanics. The carpet won't be laid as agreed because there isn't enough time.
Repeat. I was asked to help, so I did. I was asked to help, but I couldn't. I was asked to give a hand, so I did. I was asked to give a hand, but I couldn't. I was told to behave, but I didn't. I was told not to go, so I didn't. I was asked to go, but I couldn't. I was told not to get involved, but I did. I was told not to get involved, so I didn't.
Repeat.
Is she busy?
He asked whether she was busy.
Is she tired?
He asked whether she was tired.
Is he traveling?
He asked whether he was traveling.
Are they worried?
He asked whether they were worried.
Will it rain?
He asked whether it would rain.
Is it snowing?
He asked whether it was snowing.
Can she dance?
He asked whether she could dance.
Will the police catch the thieves?
He asked whether the police would catch the thieves.
Was the accident serious?
He asked whether the accident had been serious.
Has she sold the car?
He asked whether she had sold the car.
Repeat. What happens during an earthquake? Trees are uprooted. Land is flooded. Homes are destroyed. Animals are killed. People are displaced. Families are separated. Children are injured. The electricity is cut off. Power lines are knocked down. Telephone lines are cut. Buildings are wrecked. Cars are turned over. Bridges are damaged. Villages are leveled.
Repeat. People have been ordered to evacuate their homes. Many areas have already been flooded. Many areas have already been inundated. The death toll has been published. The casualty toll has been made public. Many people have been reported missing. 2 boys have been reported drowned. Quite a few people have been injured by debris. Houses and bridges have been damaged.
Listen.
Miami, September 16th. Hurricane Nevis struck the Florida coast yesterday, killing at least 4 people and wreaking widespread havoc. The eye of the hurricane, the worst tropical storm to hit the area in 7 years, passed within 25 miles of Miami, the National Weather Bureau said. Meteorologists said heavy seas, high tides, and strong winds would continue for several days. Winds that reached up to 110 miles per hour near the center ripped roofs off dozens of houses, whipped up huge waves along the coast, and knocked down hundreds of power lines, blacking out much of the Miami area. More than 30,000 people along the coast have been ordered to evacuate their homes in flood-prone areas. Emergency volunteers labored frantically to hold back rising tides with levees of sandbags, but many low-lying areas have already been inundated. No official casualty toll has been made public, but police and hospital officials report at least 4 people have died, storm-related deaths so far, and many more have been reported missing. 2 teenage boys were reported drowned after their 18-foot motorboat capsized in Biscayne Bay near Fisher Island. A 23-year-old woman died in the Miami General Hospital from head injuries caused by wind-blown debris. Emergency wards in the city's hospitals were crowded with victims of the storm, most suffering only minor injuries. But officials said dozens of people were reported missing, mostly from boats in the bay, and the death toll was expected to rise.
Listening comprehension. Most of the Florida coast was declared a federal disaster area yesterday, as the death toll from Hurricane Eva rose to 17 and property damage was estimated at more than $800 million.
Now answer the questions.
Why was the Florida coast declared a federal disaster area? How many people died because of the hurricane? Property damage was estimated at more than... The answers are: why was the Florida coast declared a federal disaster area? Because of Hurricane Eva. How many people died because of the hurricane? 17 people died. Property damage was estimated at more than $800 million.
Listen.
About 5,000 homes were seriously damaged by coastal flooding. Electrical power was still not completely restored to many areas because of enormous damage to power poles and lines.
Now answer the questions.
The coastal area was affected by... Electrical power wasn't affected. The answers are: the coastal area was affected by flooding. Electrical power was affected.
Listen.
A massive earthquake and volcano eruption rocked a tiny Mexican island yesterday, leveling the island's 3 fishing villages and killing at least 35 people.
Now answer the questions.
Where did the disaster take place? What kind of natural disaster was it? How many people were killed? What's the main occupation of the villagers? The answers are: where did the disaster take place? A tiny Mexican island. What kind of natural disaster was it? A massive earthquake and volcano eruption. How many people were killed? At least 35 people were killed. What's the main occupation of the villagers? Fishermen.
Reading comprehension. Government reports said they fear the death toll will rise to over 100, with many more people left homeless by the disaster. They also said that the earthquake struck the island, which has 980 inhabitants, early yesterday morning, reducing most buildings to rubble within moments. Seismologists said they expect a series of sharp aftershocks to send more tremors through the area, causing more damage. Answer the following questions. What do government officials expect to happen to the death toll? Will many people be left homeless by the disaster? What happened to most buildings on the island? What can still cause more damage to the island? The answers are: what do government officials expect to happen to the death toll? The death toll will rise to over 100. Will many people be left homeless by the disaster? Yes, many people will be left homeless. What happened to most buildings on the island? Most buildings were reduced to rubble. What can still cause more damage to the island? Aftershocks. This is the end of Lesson 14. Roz's English Course, Book 6, Lesson 15. Repeat.
You've got to take some pills.
I wish I didn't have to take any pills.
You've got to get some injections.
I wish I didn't have to get any injections.
You've got to get some shots.
I I wish I didn't have to get any shots.
You've got to stay in bed.
I wish I didn't have to stay in bed.
You've got to wear bandages.
I wish I didn't have to wear bandages.
You've got to wear a cast.
I wish I didn't have to wear a cast.
You've got to take care of the kids.
I wish I didn't have to take care of the kids.
You've got to walk the dog.
I wish I didn't have to walk the dog.
Repeat.
I'd rather not take pills. I'd rather not stay in bed. I'd rather not get any shots. I'd rather not wear a cast. I'd rather not wear a sling. I'd rather not take care of the kids. I'd rather not sleep on a hard mattress. I'd rather not have bunk beds. Repeat.
I wish people would stop cloning phones. I wish people would stop cloning credit cards. I wish people would stop sending silly email. I wish people would stop swearing. I wish people would stop bullying their neighbors. I wish people would stop teasing their classmates. I wish people would stop annoying their coworkers. I wish people would stop giggling during class. I wish people would stop driving like crazy. Repeat.
He's good at telling lies. He was fired for being drunk. I got fired for missing work. She was sorry for being late. He's interested in making money. She's afraid of sleeping alone. She's angry about being transferred. I was reprimanded for missing classes.
He's worried about not having any money. He was fired for not behaving well. She was sorry for not telling him the truth. She's afraid of not buying the right software. She's angry about not being invited to the party.
Repeat. You haven't hung up your clothes yet. You should hang up your clothes. You haven't tidied up your room yet. You should tidy up your room. You haven't emptied the hamper yet. You should empty the hamper. You haven't ironed the clothes yet. You should iron the clothes. You haven't folded the shirts yet. You should fold the shirts. You haven't put away the ironing board yet. You should put away the ironing board. You haven't picked up the hangers yet. You should pick up the hangers.
Repeat. What happens during an earthquake? Houses are destroyed. Families are separated. Trees are uprooted. Cars are turned over. People are injured. Children are killed. Electricity is cut off. Buildings are damaged. Vehicles are wrecked. Villages are flattened.
Repeat.
Houses were destroyed.
He said houses had been destroyed.
Families were separated.
He said families had been separated.
Trees were uprooted.
He said trees had been uprooted.
Cars were turned over.
He said cars had been turned over.
People were injured.
He said people had been injured.
Children were killed.
He said children had been killed.
Electricity was cut off.
He said electricity had been cut off.
Buildings were damaged.
He said buildings had been damaged.
Villages were flattened.
He said villages had been flattened. Repeat.
Drag, dragged, dragged. Draw, drew, drawn. Drink, drank, drunk. Drive, drove, driven. Drizzle, drizzled, drizzled. Drop, dropped, dropped. Dry, dried, dried. Dump, dumped, dumped. Dust, dusted, dusted. Earn, earned, earned. Eat, ate, eaten. Enjoy, enjoyed, enjoyed. Enroll, enrolled, enrolled. Exchange, exchanged, exchanged. Excuse, excused, excused. Expire, expired, expired. Repeat.
Fail, failed, failed. Fall, fell, fallen. Fasten, fastened, fastened. Feed, fed, fed. Feel, felt, felt. Fight, fought, fought. Fill, filled, filled. Find, found, found. Finish, finished, finished. Fish, fished, fished. Fit, fit, fit. Fix, fixed, fixed. Fly, flew, flown. Forbid, forbade, forbidden. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Flee, fled, fled. This is the end of Lesson 15.
Brazos English Course, Book 6, Lesson 16. Repeat.
To be good.
To be good at.
To be fired.
To be fired for.
To be sorry.
To be sorry for.
To be interested.
To be interested in.
To be afraid.
To be afraid of.
To be angry.
To be angry about.
To be worried.
To be worried about.
To be reprimanded.
To be reprimanded for.
Dialogue. Listen.
Good evening. A table for two, please.
Right. Come this way.
Have you got a menu in English?
Certainly. Here you are, sir.
What do you recommend?
Well, the house specialty is the pepper steak.
That sounds good. I'll have it with a salad.
How would you like your steak? Rare, medium, or well done?
My wife prefers it rare. I'll have mine well done.
What would you like to drink?
Sparkling water for my wife and red wine for me, please.
Repeat.
Good evening. A table for two, please.
Right. Come this way.
Have you got a menu in English?
Certainly. Here you are, sir.
What do you recommend?
Well, the house specialty is the pepper steak.
That sounds good. I'll have it with a salad.
How would you like your steak? Rare, medium, or well done?
My wife prefers it rare. I'll have mine well done.
What would you like to drink?
Sparkling water for my wife and red wine for me, please.
Listen.
Want to have lunch with me?
Not right now. My report isn't finished yet. If you can wait, I'll be ready to go in a couple of minutes.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Repeat.
Want to have lunch with me?
Not right now. My report isn't finished yet. If you can wait, I'll be ready to go in a couple of minutes.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Listen.
Well, it's all done. Let's go. I'm starving.
Let's go to the steakhouse around the corner. I feel like having a thick, juicy steak.
It's okay with me as long as the meat is tender.
Don't worry about it. The food is always delicious.
Repeat. Well, it's all done. Let's go. I'm starving.
Let's go to the steakhouse around the corner. I feel like having a thick, juicy steak.
It's okay with me as long as the meat is tender.
Don't worry about it. The food is always delicious.
Listen.
How do you like your steak?
I like it very rare, practically raw. I can't stand it well done.
Is the meat well seasoned?
That depends on you. If you want it seasoned, just ask for it. It can be cooked any way you want.
I prefer it broiled with just salt. Let's get moving. My mouth is beginning to water.
Repeat.
How do you like your steak?
I like it very rare, practically raw. I can't stand it well done.
Is the meat well seasoned?
That depends on you. If you want it seasoned, just ask for it. It can be cooked any way you want.
I prefer it broiled with just salt. Let's get moving. My mouth is beginning to water.
Repeat. I'd rather have it roasted. I'd rather have it grilled. I'd rather have it broiled. I'd rather have it boiled. I'd rather have it baked. I'd rather have it steamed. I'd rather have it cut. I'd rather have it sliced. I'd rather have it chopped.
Repeat. My car makes a lot of noise.
I wish my car didn't make so much noise.
Your sister asks too many questions.
I wish she didn't ask so many questions.
She talks too much.
I wish she didn't talk so much.
They spend a lot of money.
I wish they didn't spend so much money.
They make too many mistakes.
I wish they didn't make so many mistakes.
He watches too much TV.
I wish he didn't watch so much TV.
You eat too much candy.
I wish you didn't eat so much candy.
They waste a lot of time.
I wish they didn't waste so much time.
Oral comprehension. Listen. Only in America. After his butcher shop in Brooklyn was robbed 4 times in 1 month, William Levine bought a bulletproof vest. Other business proprietors asked him where they could get a vest like his. Mr. Levine began taking orders as a sideline. Today, the 32-year-old Mr. Levine is out of the butcher business and full-time president of Body Armor International. He supplies 40 sales representatives across the country, he says, and is selling 500 to 600 vests a month.
Check. True or false?
William Levine was the owner of a butcher shop. His shop was in Brooklyn. His shop was robbed more than 3 times in 1 year. Mr. Levine got scared and bought a bulletproof vest. Today, Mr. Levine is a prosperous butcher. He supplies sales representatives selling meat. He supplies sales representatives selling bulletproof vests.
The correct answers are
William Levine was the owner of a butcher shop.
true.
His shop was in Brooklyn.
True.
His shop was robbed more than 3 times in 1 year.
True.
Mr. Levine got scared and bought a bulletproof vest.
True.
Today, Mr. Levine is a prosperous butcher.
False.
He supplies sales representatives selling meat.
False.
He supplies sales representatives selling bulletproof vests.
True.
Repeat.
Flirt, flirted, flirted. Floss, flossed, flossed. Flush, flushed, flushed. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Forgive, forgave, forgiven. Forward, forwarded, forwarded. Freeze, froze, frozen. Get, got, got. Get, got, gotten. Give, gave, given. Go, went, gone. Gossip, gossiped, gossiped. Grab, grabbed, grabbed. Graduate, graduated, graduated. Greet, greeted, greeted. Repeat.
Ground, grounded, grounded. Grow, grew, grown. Guess, guessed, guessed. Hang, hanged, hanged. Hang, hung, hung. Hang glide, hang glided, hang glided. Happen, happened, happened. Hate, hated, hated. Hear, heard, heard. Help, helped, helped. Hide, hid, hidden. Highlight, highlighted, highlighted. Hire, hired, hired. Hit, hit, hit.
This is the end of Lesson 16.
Brazos English Course, Book 6, Lesson 17. Reading. Listen.
Roger was held up by 3 men last Saturday. All his money, papers, and his watch were stolen. His car was stolen too. The victims of society also stole all of his clothes, leaving him naked and angry. He had been on his way to pick up his girlfriend when he was held up. He knew that he couldn't walk around the neighborhood naked, but he also realized that it would be very strange for him to show up at his girlfriend's house the way he was. While Roger was trying to make up his mind as to what to do, a patrol car stopped near him. Before he could explain that he had been robbed, the policeman arrested him for indecent exposure. He tried to convince the cops that if they hurried, they could still catch the thieves, but they seemed to be quite satisfied with arresting him. There were a lot of reporters who started taking dozens of pictures of Roger at the police station. He was angry and fed up because he could imagine the reaction of his friends and family when the newspapers came out. He was also frustrated because there was nothing he could do about it. Roger was finally released after his parents and his lawyer convinced the police that he did not normally go around town naked. While he was being driven home, he promised himself that, from then on, he would only drive at night with the windows up and only stop at traffic lights if there were no other way out.
Repeat.
Roger was released. The thieves were released. The newspapers were released. The stories were released.
Repeat. Roger's lawyer convinced the officers that he wasn't guilty. Roger's attorney convinced the cops that he was innocent. Roger's parents convinced the attorney to defend him. Roger's parents convinced the judge to let him go. Roger's attorney convinced the jury of his innocence.
Repeat.
I'll stop if there's no way out. I'll go there if there's no way out. I'll drive if there's no way out. I'll hurry if there's no way out.
Repeat.
All his money was stolen. All his jewelry was stolen. All his documents were stolen. All his papers were stolen. All his DVDs were stolen.
Repeat.
He's on his way to school. He's on his way to the meeting. He's on his way to pick up his girlfriend. He's on his way to the top. He's on his way to a better life.
Repeat. He realized he couldn't walk around naked. He realized he couldn't go to her house. He realized he couldn't pick up his girlfriend. He realized he couldn't hide from the reporters. He realized he couldn't convince the cops that he was innocent.
Repeat.
He was too tired to care. He was too upset to care. He was too confused to care. He was too angry to care. He was too fed up to care. He was too frustrated to care.
Repeat. Hit, hit, hit. Hold, held, held. Hope, hoped, hoped. Hug, hugged, hugged. Hurry, hurried, hurried. Hurt, hurt, hurt. Imagine, imagined, imagined. Import, imported, imported. Improve, improved, improved. Inherit, inherited, inherited. This is the end of Lesson 17. This English Course, Book 6, Lesson 18. Repeat.
The jacket is made of leather. The collar is made of fur. The coat is made of wool. The shirt is made of cotton. The bathrobe is made of silk. The windbreaker is made of nylon. The jeans are made of denim. The slacks are made of corduroy. The toys are made of wood. The bottles are made of glass. The Swiss Army knife is made of steel. The rings are made of gold.
Repeat.
We will sell the apartment if we need the money.
The apartment will be sold if we need the money.
We would sell the apartment if we needed the money.
The apartment would be sold if we needed the money.
We would have sold the apartment if we had needed the money.
The apartment would have been sold if we had needed the money.
I will fix the car if I need to travel.
The car will be fixed if I need to travel.
I would fix the car if I needed to travel.
The car would be fixed if I needed to travel.
I would have fixed the car if I had needed to travel.
The car would have been fixed if I had needed to travel.
Repeat.
They are going to write the letters tomorrow.
The letters are going to be written tomorrow.
They are going to send the package today.
The package is going to be sent today.
They are going to paint the house tomorrow.
The house is going to be painted tomorrow.
They are going to hand in the rewrites on Monday.
The rewrites are going to be handed in on Monday.
They are going to pay the light bill tomorrow.
The light bill is going to be paid tomorrow.
Repeat.
Jog, jogged, jogged. Join, joined, joined. Keep, kept, kept. Kill, killed, killed. Kiss, kissed, kissed. Kneel, knelt, knelt. Know, knew, known. Label, labeled, labeled. Laugh, laughed, laughed. Lay, laid, laid. Lead, led, led. Learn, learned, learned. Learn, learnt, learnt. Leave, left, left. Lend, lent, lent. Lengthen, lengthened, lengthened. Let, let. Lie, lay, laned.
Repeat.
Lie, lied, lied. Light, lighted, lighted. Light, lit, lit. Like, liked, liked. Listen, listened, listened. Live, lived, lived. Look, looked, looked. Lose, lost, lost. Love, loved, loved. Mail, mailed, mailed. Make, made, made. Match, matched, matched. Mean, meant, meant. Meet, met, met. Memorize, memorized, memorized. Mend, mended, mended. Miss, missed, missed. Move, moved, moved.
Repeat. Which, what, whistle, whiskey, who, wheat, why, white, while, where, whip, whiskers, when, whether, whale.
Repeat. Which, whether, whether, where, hair, when, hen, wheat, heat, white, height.
Repeat. Beaches, buses, brushes, classes, catches, clashes, dresses, dishes, kisses, lunches, watches, wishes.
Repeat. Usual, usually, unusual, measure, division, collision, confusion, pleasure, invasion, explosion, conclusion, decision, leisure, treasure, casual. This is the end of Lesson 18.
Brazos English Course, Book 6, Lesson 19. Repeat.
We should call Mary.
We ought to call Mary.
We should buy a cake.
We ought to buy a cake.
We should develop the film.
We ought to develop the film.
We should enlarge the photo.
We ought to enlarge the photo.
We should wash the car.
We ought to wash the car.
We should feed the baby.
We ought to feed the baby.
We should season the meat.
We ought to season the meat.
Repeat.
She's been working all day. She isn't tired.
She ought to be tired.
She's been sleeping all day. She isn't rested.
She ought to be rested.
She's been taking medicine for months.
She ought to be cured.
She's been studying for the exams.
She ought to be prepared.
She's been working hard. She isn't well paid.
She ought to be well paid.
She's been a loving wife. She isn't well treated.
She ought to be well treated.
Follow the example.
When are they going to get married? Soon.
They ought to get married soon.
They ought to get married soon.
When is he going to get to the office? Soon.
He ought to get to the office soon.
He ought to get to the office soon.
When's she going to get there? In an hour.
She ought to get there in an hour.
When are they going to take their exams? Tomorrow.
They ought to take their exams tomorrow.
When are they going to make up their minds? Shortly.
They ought to make up their minds shortly.
When are you going to move? Next week.
You ought to move next week.
When's he going to propose? Very soon.
He ought to propose very soon.
When is the movie going to begin? Any minute.
The movie ought to begin any minute.
When is he going to call her up? Immediately.
He ought to call her up immediately.
Repeat.
She tells lies.
She shouldn't do that, should she?
They stay up late.
They shouldn't do that, should they?
They smoke in class.
They shouldn't do that, should they?
He chews gum in class.
He shouldn't do that, should he?
She gives her children a lot of money.
She shouldn't do that, should she?
She maxes out her card.
She shouldn't do that, should she?
He usually borrows money.
He shouldn't do that, should he?
He curses all the time.
He shouldn't do that, should he?
He told them to go away.
He shouldn't have done that, should he?
She told them to go home.
She shouldn't have done that, should she?
We told them to go back.
We shouldn't have done that, should we?
They allowed him to go out.
They shouldn't have done that, should they?
He told them to go to hell.
He shouldn't have done that, should he?
Repeat.
He washed his car this morning.
He ought to have washed it long ago.
They sold their car yesterday.
They ought to have sold it long ago.
He finished his work this morning.
He ought to have finished it long ago.
She saw the film last night.
She ought to have seen it long ago.
They read the book last week.
They ought to have read it long ago.
We visited our parents last month.
We ought to have visited them long ago.
She saw her doctor last week.
She ought to have seen him long ago.
He varnished the window frames last month.
She ought to have varnished them long ago.
They bought new furniture yesterday.
They ought to have bought new furniture long ago.
Repeat.
They're having fun.
They said they were having fun.
They may go with us.
They said they might go with us.
He's going out.
He said he was going out.
He may go out.
He said he might go out.
She's getting married.
She said she was getting married.
She may get married.
She said she might get married.
He's taking a day off.
He said he was taking a day off.
He may take a day off.
He said he might take a day off.
They're going away.
They said they were going away.
Repeat.
Attractive, unattractive, advantage, disadvantage, polite, impolite, correct, incorrect, furnished, unfurnished, kind, unkind, pleasant, unpleasant, dependent, independent. Repeat.
Believable, unbelievable, happy, unhappy, fair, unfair, convenient, inconvenient, agreeable, disagreeable, pronounce, mispronounce, agree, disagree, obey, disobey.
Repeat. Need, needed, needed. Open, opened, opened. Operate, operated, operated. Order, ordered, ordered. Overcharge, overcharged, overcharged. Overeat, overate, overeaten. Pack, packed, packed. Page, paged, paged. Pass, passed, passed. Pay, paid, paid. Peel, peeled, peeled. Phone, phoned, phoned. Pick, picked, picked. Pierce, pierced, pierced. Plan, planned, planned. This is the end of Lesson 19. Brazos English Course, Book 6, Lesson 20. Repeat.
The house has been painted. The car has been repaired. The report has been written. The email has been sent. The project has been finished. The executive has been promoted. The order has been completed. The mistake has been forgotten.
Repeat. It has been done. Everything has been done. Something has been done. Nothing has been done. A little of it has been done. Some of it has been done. Most of it has been done. A great deal of it has been done. A part of it has been done. None of it has been done.
Repeat. Play, played, played. Polish, polished, polished. Pose, posed, posed. Pray, prayed, prayed. Prefer, preferred, preferred. Prepare, prepared, prepared. Press, pressed, pressed. Put, put, put. Question, questioned, questioned. Quit, quit, quit. Race, raced, raced. Rain, rained, rained. Range, ranged, ranged. React, reacted, reacted. Read, read, read. Receive, received, received. Reduce, reduced, reduced. Relax, relaxed, relaxed. Remember, remembered, remembered. Repair, repaired, repaired. Repeat, repeated, repeated. Reply, replied, replied. Represent, represented, represented. Resist, resisted, resisted. Rest, rested, rested. Return, returned, returned. This is the end of Lesson 20.